Hello everyone. We are back. Dizzy's had the food. We have got the old setup. The Dizzy hands are here. Hello everybody. We have a bar along the top, which may or may not be of any further use to us. I guess we will see. But yeah, here we are. It is day 3 of digging dinosaurs for a Tipathon. What do I mean by digging dinosaurs? Well, we have. A collection of little guys, some of whom are a bit more complete than others, that we have been digging up out of various blocks of rock. There's little plastic toys in. They're great toys for like 8-year-olds. One of them I literally started when I was about 8. Oh my goodness, we have a follow from Robo Twilight. Thank you so much for the follow. And interesting, I didn't catch that on the alert. Did everyone on stream hear the alert noise? But either way, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, so this is what I've been doing for 3 days now. You heard the alerts, wonderful. Maybe I just didn't have my headphones on at the time. We've been digging up these boys, and last time when we left off, we were halfway through a block which has what one can only assume is a Stegosaurus halfway through. Welcome in, Robo Twilight, with the first time chat. Oh, Portal, I'm a Portal fangirl. I am so sorry, Robo Twilight. You have literally kind of just by about 5-10 minutes missed me finishing off Portal. Finishing off Portal for today's stream. We got to the end of Test Chamber 19. We were cast into the fire. We failed to make it out on our first escape attempt, because we're real bad at video games. But yeah, now it is Dizzy's first Tipathon, which is a scary thought. Some very generous people have unlocked quite a few goals, and for each goal that we make, I am unearthing a little plastic toy from a block, and this is our most recent one. You can see we had a big old bit of steak here. This is a huge piece. I know I said this a lot last time. This is a huge piece to come out of a block of this size. While I was setting up, I totally forgot to grab my tools. So let's grab a wrapped up bundle of tools from over here. We have some slightly more high impact, shall we say, tools. So this camera's really not wanting to stay straight today. There we go. We have some slightly more high impact tools than are traditionally available to your average world. The hammer, we'll probably not need for this, because this is super duper soft. Got long nails, as you can see, but I can literally just make a dent in it with my nail. You had a dino phase when you were a kid? I had a dino phase when I was a kid, and then I had a dino phase all the way through until I graduated with a paleontology degree at undergrad. So at that point, it's probably not really that much of a phase. I still don't feel like I know that much about dinosaurs, even after all of that. On the subject of other phases I had as a kid, I don't know if I can show you. We have a bionic t-shirt on. I don't stretch it too much. Just in case, you know, the look wasn't enough. But yeah, so we are primarily going to be using these 4 tools. We have a little spike, which is great for detail work. We have this, which is the actual tool that came with the actual kit. All of the other tools that have come with the kits have been a bit useless. This one, we managed to grind down, so it was almost smooth on the very second rock that we did. But this one has proven just the job for this so far, because if I do a quick little testy show, the rock is so soft that this just goes through it very nicely. Which is wonderful. Spike for detail work. Slightly bigger spike, which we haven't used very much. This is useful for clearing large amounts of material, because it will just sort of gouge along. The last block that we did, we just gouged a huge kind of furrow out of it. The last block was a little bit disappointing, because it had a glow-in-the-dark T-Rex in it. And as you can see from the fact that this glow-in-the-dark T-Rex is mostly still disassembled, it did not go together very well at all. The digging process was quite enjoyable, The construction process didn't really work at all. So we're hoping that this steggy, we're digging out a block number 2, will go a little better. We have one goal. We have this one to finish off. We have one more block to fully do, and that is the last goal that we have unlocked. Anybody who is feeling generous, I should put the thing up. I should type exclamation mark tip in the chat. Let's see if I can do that real quick. Anybody who is feeling generous, it is absolutely not required to contribute at all. But anything that people do give is greatly appreciated and much lauded and thanked. I'm also going to set a little Streamlabs timer going, which I'll then forget to turn off because we always do, but it's fine. But yeah, so that is there for those who wish to help out. But for now, we're just kind of going to get on. We're going to get on because we've unlocked the matching. We discovered the matching ribcage, the other half. This is one of the things that gets me about this is there's so much of the dinosaur in this one piece. I feel like this can only be sort of about 5 parts in total. We'll see. So we've got another. That's going to be another huge bit to get out. We've got some sort of a leg here sticking out. Don't know what this is. This looks like it's going to be the underside of the rib cage, like where the keel would be on a bird. As what I assume this is the sternum. As a separate part, which seems weird to me to have it as a separate part, but I think it is technically often a separate part on skeletons, and it is often sometimes missing. We have Metamaton in the chat, who has an interesting taxonomic take on dinosaurs. But we are ready to dig in, literally. There's also this one bone here that I have no idea what it is. I think I maybe want to start by just figuring out what it is. Because once I know what it is, I can start to figure out where it is. And once I know where it is, we're at a lot less risk of hitting it when we're trying to... I believe it's a universal taxonomic take! All dinosaurs are weird ducks. I see. I see, Metamaton. Does that include actual ducks? Are they also weird ducks? What if they're not weird? Or are ducks just inherently weird? Oh, I forgot the other reason why I have that here. Because it helps weigh it down, so that I don't flick the box up too much. My sitting position feels very weird. I don't think I'm far forward enough. I know the camera's shaking wildly every time I move. There we go. When we did Tipathon Day 1, I absolutely knackered my back from being sort of a really wonky posture, so I'm really trying to be a bit better about that. Okay, this is... Oh, maybe this is the hand. No, that's not how Stegosaur limbs work. Never mind. Ducks are probably the weirdest ducks. There's no reason for them to be like that, says Metamaton. I see. And yeah, we've got sheeting down so that stuff going everywhere doesn't trash my PC. Obviously I've cleared off my keyboard, my mouse, etc. from my desk. I'm wearing clothes that can be washed easily, so it doesn't matter if I get covered in plaster. And indeed, I did get covered in plaster last time. So you can expect that. And of course, my hands will end up very powdery very quickly. Whoever says, aren't ducks, and especially chickens, modern-day dinosaurs? I mean, all birds are. I wouldn't... There is this sort of common idea that chickens in particular are somehow more dinosaur than other birds, and that's not true. In particular, you often see like people trying to link specifically chickens and specifically T-Rex, and they are not any more related than any other bird and any other. Well, than any other bird is to the dinosaurs. T-Rex is relatively close to birds for dinosaurs, but chickens are not more or less close to T-Rex than any other bird is. But yes, all birds are indeed dinosaurs. King says it's for the disconnect between the Tyrant King and the chicken. Probably, yes. Like it's a striking image when you see it in a headline the first time. But I feel like everybody surely must have seen this so many times now over the past 20 years that they should all be sick of it. Probably longer than 20 years, but I've only been reading the news for 20-ish years. You know, like, I'll be honest, I was kind of sick of it the second time. It's sort of stopped being clever. This does feel like this arm is linking up to this big bone here, doesn't it? It's gonna be a weird ass Stegosaurus possum if it is. Unless they've been really brave and decided to go all in on the facultatively bipedal stegosaur idea. Yeah, one of the things that is often quite awkward about these kits is when the bones are sort of more or less overlapping each other, it makes them very hard to get out. They are super close, possibly to the point of being touching if they aren't the same piece. Bonk. I think they are not the same piece, but look how close those two things are to each other. That is the gap between them. It is almost non-existent. Because as you look at a cassowary and the velociraptor thing, oh yeah, they're basically the same. The T-Rex and the chicken is surprising, I guess, I suppose. Ignoring the fighting chickens with the massive legs. Do fighting chickens have bigger legs? I sort of thought that fighting chickens were the same as other chickens, because cockfighting was... I didn't realise people bred animals specifically for cockfighting, because it was sort of... The reason why you used cocks for cockfighting is because that's the animals that people had lying around were sort of relatively expendable. You know, there's a lot of chickens in medieval Europe, and indeed in Victorian Europe. It says fighting chickens overall don't, but the Dong Tao was bred specifically for it. Oh, I have never heard of the Dong Tao. Not that I've ever looked into cockfighting specifically as a thing, so I mean, why would I? Okay, we've probably got at least one more finger to dig out here. And by finger I might mean toe. But this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be a front leg because it's quite small. The goal in general with real life fossil prep is to touch the actual fossil as little as possible, and to try and sort of get flakes to peel themselves off by hitting the flake, rather than the piece. Because if you hit a fossil with a real prep tool, you will scar it and scratch it. You'll lose important information about, like, muscle attachment patterns and things like that. Obviously, this being plastic doesn't have much in the way of muscle attachment patterns, but most bit of misinformation. Apparently, the Dong Tao dragon chicken has feet that are a delicacy in Vietnam. Oh, interesting. imagine having all of this gunk between your toes for 150 million years, and then someone like me comes along and cleans it out. That must feel so good. Oh, okay. That's kind of the big example of trying to flake off bits of rock. That's just a huge chunk that came and just nicely exposed all of this, including our third toe that we were looking for. That's another big bit. Right, this foot is now nearly out. I can see that there's lines of weakness. Oh, I bet it's not nearly out. I bet it goes in more this way. Actually. Because it's not looking particularly loose. And given how these parts tend to be, I bet there's actually another limb bone going directly into the rock that way. It says, I think my first research of the Dong Tao was ironically someone designing a paradox form of Tyrantula. The concept of paradox forms of fossil Pokemon seems odd to me. I mean, all paradox Pokemon are a bit weird, conceptually. And the future paradox mons are incredibly lazy. Oh! No, okay, it's free. Okay, so there must be another bone. Oh! That's the other bone! No, never mind. I was like, oh, the other bone is here, but it's not. I don't think it is. Unless I'm radically mistaken about how many bones a Stegosaurus has in its leg. No, these do not fit together. Okay. It says, I think the overall intention was modern paradox, if that makes sense. I see, okay. Drawing what ifs to the fossils as they continue to exist past whatever their extinction was. I see. Alright, so getting that thing out was a really good start. I know that this ribcage is going to be an absolute pain and a nightmare, because this ribcage was an absolute pain and a nightmare, so I kind of want to come to it as late as possible. Because the later I come to something, the more sort of liberty I have. Statue just fell off its own collision. The more liberty I have to just go, just gouge off, get this thing in. And generally make my life as easy as possible. In terms of the music we are listening to, we have 10 hours of Celtic music by Adrian von Ziegler. If you weren't here for me to announce that at the start, it is a lovely long bit of music that a lovely person has made available for folks to use on YouTube videos and Twitch streams, which we are all very thankful for. There we go. Pick up a nice flake there, a nice chunk. Some nice chunks out there. If this was a real fossil, there would be other things. For one, I'd be taking it along, so. But other things that I would be doing include using a low magnification, or even a high magnification microscope, so I could actually break pieces off literally flake by flake. You know, even the small chunks that I'm pulling off here bigger than the scale I'd be working at for seriously preparing a fossil like this. You know, I'd love to make this as realistic a thing as possible, but it takes hours and days of your life to do that. I got kind of unlucky in that I dug this in and I hit a bit of bone I wasn't expecting to be there, but it's pulled off a nice amount of material with it. So I can't really complain. So what have we got here? So what state is our hip in? Our hip is relatively complete on this. So I don't know how much hip we're expecting, but I assume this must be a hip bone. Stegosauruses come from... Oh, this is actually part of the hip on this. This is actually part of this bone. I thought this was part of this, but it's not. Stegosauruses come from the opposite half of the dinosaur family tree. Dinosaurs are broadly split into the bird-hipped dinosaurs and the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, with birds obviously being lizard-hipped dinosaurs. But Stegi is a bird-hipped dinosaur. So it's from the opposite side to birds and T-Rex and all of the carnivores. So this is going to make getting this one out. So I'm going to pivot tap a little bit from over here, because this it's quite exposed. I don't want to hurt it by going too vigorously on any of the other bits. So we may as well get it out now. Oh, this is the Thagomizer! This is the tail! I thought this was the stun, and these were ribs, but no, this is the tail, and these are the Thagomizers. Okay. Okay. I'm on the ball now. That means there actually could be quite a lot of this. This could be quite a long path. Here we got a Thagomizer. We do! Ask which is heavier, a ton of steel or a ton of feathers? Oh dear. I think the goal for download number 8 should be 420.69. Unfortunately, this is kind of the worst way to come at a spine type piece of bone, where you've got it just sticking directly out of the rock at you. Because I don't know how deep in this goes, and I can't easily sort of remove away like this, because I'm just going to end up hitting the bone over and over again if I do. This would be one of those things that would be less of a problem if this was a real fossil. Because in a real fossil, even if it was miraculously kind of this articulated, you know, I could encourage each vertebra to come away individually. I wouldn't have to worry quite so much. Is that a hole through there? I think that is a hole through. Interesting. I dig them out one at a time, Metamaton? Is that what you were looking for? I hope those words were sufficiently stimulating for you. I suppose yes, Kingo. You could phrase it like that. Yes. Do-do-do. Ow. I just chiseled myself. That was a good start. We found another bit of bone. Here. Don't know if you can see it very well, but that's very slightly exposed itself. Don't know if that's going to be more of the tail. I'm guessing it is. Oh, okay, yes, that is more of the tail because this is also tail. So this whole thing is going to be the tail. That's quite good though, actually. We've got a nice lot of stuff there. Without too much hassle. The phrase "careful digital manipulation" makes it sound like I'm sort of doing photoshops of people, or like forging evidence in a case or something, and blackmail material maybe. Assumption was Discord. Discord is always listening, but I am not recording what you're saying on Discord for ulterior motives. You can, however, type !Discord into the chat if you wish to join the Discord community and speak with all the lovely folks that you're seeing here in the chat, but when I'm not live. You can also chat in there while I'm live, but I'll be sad because I won't be able to see you. I'm like remembering all of the plugs today. I'm doing well. It's only taken 3 days of back-breaking labor, slaving away at dinosaurs to actually remember these things. Repertoire says, it sounds like something those people that say dinosaurs are fake would say all the photos were digitally manipulated. I mean, that would be... I mean, I'm not going to pretend that these are very serious people, but that would be an unusually silly thing for the people to say, considering that all of the photos are of dead things that you could just... Like, we just have those. You know, some of them aren't even particularly hard to find. You can just go and find them yourself. You know, countless children have gotten into paleontology by going to a beach and finding a fossil. It's such a silly thing to be upset by. I must admit though, I was under the impression that most of the like weirdo anti-science people didn't actually deny that dinosaurs existed. They just sort of they said they were sort of primordial before the flood kind of monsters. Or before the biblical flood. Because they're all Christians, let's be honest. All of these nut jobs. So convenient, these tiny plastic dinosaurs were sealed in the plaster of Paris during the global biblical flood. Oh dear. There's a particularly weird branch of, let's call it pseudoscience, which I believe is called baraminology, which is it's the science of people trying to work out, based on like the known dimensions of Noah's Ark, and the fact that not all known species could have fit onto Noah's Ark in their appropriate numbers, trying to work out how the living animals could have descended from like a small enough number of fives or sevens of animals, depending on what kind of animal they were, to now exist, to like for the Ark story to be viable. It's really weird because it's very nearly like evolutionary biology, tracking the history and evolution of an organism, but it comes from this sort of inherent science-denying premise. I don't know a lot about it, but it sounds interesting in a sort of slightly masochistic way. What is this? Is this going to be the toe joints of this? I think I've got two little nubs here. I think it's the toe joints of this arm. Or foot, possibly. Come on. There we go. Okay, so that's a bit, of course that doesn't work at all. It also tells every generation of elephant be a different species than their parents. I don't know which particular species give them like the most trouble. Because of course the good thing with elephants, good thing with elephants, is there aren't that many species of elephant that exist in the modern day. By which I mean there's two, aren't there, right? Just the African and the Indian elephant? That's also why I used good thing in sort of air quotes. Oh, you've got 4 toesies. I don't think I was expecting you to have 4 toesies. Now have most of this side of this foot exposed. Twitch perking their ears up. This is African bush, African forest, and Asian. Oh, okay. I didn't realise there were two different kinds of African elephants. That's what I've got you guys here for, to teach me stuff. We've got a thumb coming off here on this side, I think. Oh no, that's the plate. Oh, so these two are literally touching. Camera? These two are literally touching here. Oh, not anymore though. There we go. So this is going to be a hind leg. It's a longer leg than this one. In fact, this might be a complete hind leg. Maybe? What do we think? I think that goes in there. Not very well, but maybe. Right, it has 4 subspecies of elephant. Interesting. They're just differently optimized to mate on, I guess. Are they all the same genus? Or the 3 species of elephant? Or are 2 of the elephants more closely related than the other? We have evidence of 40 plus extinct species of elephant today. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. If anything, that surprises me that so few, considering that, you know, we've known lots of mammoth and elephant-like things from the days when megafauna roams the world. Africa is Loxodonta, ancient is Elephas. Wonderful. Okay, so we've obviously got lots of plates on this tail section. Which is going to mean that this is another quite large piece. All the same family. Elephantidae. Ow, I've just spiked myself on this bone. That was very nice. It's quite sharp. This plate, luckily, is quite a small plate. If we're lucky, they're going to stay that way, but I don't think we are lucky. Ah, that was a nice big flake. That's what we like to see. Take all of that off with the chisel. What's going on here? Brush, where's my brush? There's just this one lump that is stuck on here that is just harder than all of the rest. There we go, I got it. Didn't want to break, and it didn't want to flake. It was quite attached to being on the dinosaur bone. Okay, so now we've got a problem that there's a bone here, that is lying on top of part of our tail. And obviously on this side, we've got the ribcage that's lying on top of our tailbone. I don't know how we're going to sort of resolve that, really. But we must do at some point. Oxidant or oxygen tea. I bet there is a bad etymology subreddit, and you're right that would fit in perfectly. Robo Twilight. I love it. What would be the absolute worst case scenario? Would be if this had kind of gone inside, like the bit of pelvis there, in some fashion, so that they were both like around each other. I don't know if I'd have ever been able to get them apart actually if that happened. Luckily it hasn't. There's a weirdly shaped plate here. It's like oddly disconnected from the neural spine that is supporting it. Boop. Just lever this up. Use that to break some pieces off. I don't want to come in with the old chisel again. Be a bit careful with it. Because we know we've got bone on top. I don't really know what bone this one is on top. And so I don't have a good idea of where it's going yet. I think I'm going to need to find out sooner rather than later, unfortunately. So we've kind of come to the end of what we can realistically do with this tail. Someone is singing in my house. Given that headphones on, they must be doing it moderately loudly. There's not a lot of this that is left like sealed in the rock. It is pretty much just what is under this bone here that is holding us back. Luckily, the leg bones have been quite small. Tipathon says, I'm no more aware of any particular subreddit than I am of a Twitch streamer who isn't a trans skull. That's not true. I'm here. And you know Fion. And you know Shaka. Wow. Thanks, Tipathon. I guess you were right about being unaware. Me, I have yet to see you in the Jasper Trans Girl. Oh. Tipathon's trans women streamers just all go to a different high school, that's all. You wouldn't know them. Put that out there. Put that out there. Lovely jubbly. Terrible Canadian girlfriend has made the train impossible. You will have told you should try streaming multiple times over Twilight. It definitely can be enjoyable, but it is also not necessarily something for the faint-hearted. It is quite intimidating to go out there in front of. Well, honestly, it's not intimidating to go out there in front of like dozens of people on the internet. What's really intimidating is to go out there in front of no people on the internet. That's the really scary thing, and the very sort of like disheartening thing as well. It must be said. Yeah, it can be a lot of fun. You can find a community. I have found all of these lovely folks. I'm gesturing to the chat. They're over there. I found all of these lovely folks through doing it. Where is this bone going? I think this must be a front lock, because this bone here is a lot bigger than this. I think these are... No, they can't be. They're both on the same side. I've got no idea what's going on with this Stegosaurus. I'm gonna be real with y'all here. There's a bone here. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know where it's going. I don't know what I have to dig to get it out so that I can get this tail out. I want to get out. Some people enjoy streaming and then there's this. I enjoy streaming. I will confess that I have not 100% enjoyed every single time I've been live on the internet. I've had bad days. Saturday was kind of a bad day, just because things were not cooperative. Should be able to be a very weird duck. If this thing quacked at me, I would be shook. I'll tell you that much. Is it a weird little cultural phenomenon how we've adopted shook as an adjective to describe people and almost wholly replaced shaken? You know, when was the last time you ever heard that something was shaken that wasn't on a news report? we know anything about the vocalizations of the Stegosaurus? I want to say that we actually might do. There's a few dino voice box reconstructions out, and actually I have a sneaking suspicion the Stegosaurus could be one of them. This is a back foot. Okay, so these must both be front feet because they're tiny. But they definitely look like they're like both left feet or both right feet. I said, oh, I was expecting the hind leg to be bigger. And, well, it is. A lot bigger. I think we kind of mostly just have to get his toes examined again. And we should be pretty much done with this one. Oh no, there's another bit of bone here. I think this might be the start of the rib cage, possibly. Oh! The tail came out. Ah, the tail came out because this is loose. And this loosened up enough that the tail came out. And then this, there we go. Okay. Those both came out like at once. Well, that was serendipitous. Okay, so what have we got? We've got a tail, we've got a lower jaw, we've got two front feet, two front right feet, we've got one back left foot. So we're missing a back right foot, the other half of this, and a skull, and possibly a neck? Because I don't think I could... No, maybe the skull goes straight onto here, actually. Okay, so not too many parts by number, but we know that this part is going to be a pain because it's the mirror image of that part, and that part was a pain. No, you can't see that, that's too far up. There we go. This species has not gone through customization, sadly. Customization doesn't really apply to terrestrial images. You can decide for yourself if that is fortunately or unfortunately. We are sort of also doing this one kind of the other way around. If we're lucky, actually, there might not be any plates on this one, I don't know. Because this is a pretty full rack of plates. If there's not plates on this one, this will be a lot less annoying. It won't be not annoying, but it'll be a lot less annoying. Figure out what's going on here. This is going to be the shoulder. Attachment to sort of a point here, I think. Okay. I'm gonna get to the point where I need to do this again a lot, I think. Which I don't really love. It is unfortunately very effective at just removing huge amounts of material that are otherwise going to be in the way. I've accidentally bumped into another bone up here. Another bone up there. Hopefully that won't be in the way of us getting this ribcage out. I did say I wanted to work on the ribcages last where possible. And any more I expose on here might make things more fragile, so I think I'm going to pivot, whatever this is. See if we can get this out. Oh no, this is more of the same, because this is a plate. This is plate. Which means that this is going to have plates on it. No. That's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. Actually, this is a hell of an angle. I guess this front plate is a hell of an angle. Meteor says, how does one cast in a state? Anyway. You live in a place where you can be attacked from above. Where there's not... There's like certain kinds of predation, and a reasonable amount of it, where you can't easily locomote away from that because of the constraints of the environment you're in, i.e. swimming is hard. It helps if you already have like a particular sort of invertebrate style skeleton set up, because then you can have a nice hard exoskeleton that becomes a shell. We're sort of quite soft and squishy because our bones are on the inside, and there's squishiness between our bones and the outside part. So mammals don't tend to armor, well, tetrapods in general don't tend to armor up very much. There are exceptions, and ankylosaurs are pretty armored. But even then, they're not armored like crabs. Hedgehogs, I guess, are functionally armored. It will take you hundreds of millions of years, Tipathon, I'm afraid, to carcinize. And when I say for you to carcinize, I mean sort of your genes and your descendants to carcinize. A very long-term project. Tipathon. Okay, there's going to be lots of plates coming. Okay. Well, at least we know what to expect now. Oh, that's not good. This whole piece now is kind of, there's a big crack in the rock, which is fine so long as it doesn't come away with any of the bone attached to it. If it flakes away from the bone, that's really good. But I don't want to leverage it in case it breaks the plastic. Like, trying to look for and exploit weak points in the rock is what this whole process is about, fundamentally. But you've got to be careful, that your weak point is around the fossil, not through the fossil. Like that. There we go. Okay, this... Okay, I was a bit worried about that for a sec. Because there's a fossil that's come away in this bit. But I don't think it's supposed to be attached. So I think we're fine. Alright. Let's get this out. I think this is going to be the upper jaw. Or maybe half of the upper jaw, possibly. Like the T-Rex was in 2 bits, 2 halves. By upper jaw I do of course mean skull. But like specifically the part of the skull that's not the lower jaw. I've been trying to become a crab for months. Everyone's confused. No Tipathon, but we're not. In fact, almost no one's. Break that part down, there we go. Should be able to do that as well, and then down there as well. Lovely jubbly, that's actually exposed on a bit of a fossil, which is really nice. But there we go. Half of a skull. It's quite a small bit again. I'm a bit worried that I could lose the other half of the skull by mistake somewhere. Just gonna break this in half. Just to make sure there's not a half a skull lying around in there. Okay, we're back to the bad piece. We're not doing... Oh, we're doing it for an hour actually. We are doing a bit more than this. We might not be finished today, because like I said, I've got a whole nother dino to come up with. The T-Rex was done relatively quickly, but the Steggy, because of these parts in particular, has been a bit longer. But it is at least not as tiring work as day 1 was. Just look down at my shirt like it's just a powdery white mess. So I want to just go junk, but I know there's 3 or 4 bones still left in here somewhere. I don't know where they are, so I can't reasonably go junk. I've got to kind of take it slow and carve like this, and possibly expose the thing. You bone? No. No, not bone. I probably can just go jump down through here though, under this plate. There we go. 1 junk has been junked. That's on the floor, that's a little bit of a shame. Fucking girl. The backstory grows. There's another plate. That's good. I keep telling myself that it's good. It might even be believable. Powdery and white mess sounds like an insult you'd use against like sort of a Regina George type character. Okay, I see the next plate here. Yeah. How many plates were on this one? 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We've got 4 exposed, so we can assume there's maybe 3 left, and they might be the smaller 3. I was going to turn down the frequency of that Streamlabs timer, and I never did. Oh well. Too late now. The angle that this thing is at, going sort of downwards, we're increasingly getting more and more stuff here on top. Oh, stumbled across a bit of bone here. I might want to deal with this one first because I think it's going to be in the way. It makes an awful squeaking noise whenever this plastic touches this wood. Oh, it's real bad to listen to. I think this might be the other Upper jaw, maybe? Maybe not. I actually, once again, have no idea what I'm looking at. This looks like a human molar, is what it looks like. Which I'm hoping there aren't any of buried in here. Once again, everything here is going a bit deep. There's not a lot of room left in this rock for this much bone. I assume this must actually be like the halfway point. There-ish. If I had to guess. Maybe this isn't going that deep then, actually. Maybe we can take an educated punt based on that assessment and say it's going to be lying kind of in this direction along here. There we go. Good guesswork. I'm not sure what way this thing is like, because I'm not sure what this thing is. There's another bit there. I think these are the same thing. I sure hope they are. They are, okay. Still no idea what thing they are. But they're the same one, whatever that is. Is that jaw? Is that the missing leg bone for that one lopsided arm? I think it must be the arm. Yeah, okay, it's the arm, okay. Trying not to put it down where there's plastic and touch wood, but it's not always working. I hope that that's not coming through on the mic, the noise it's making, because it is truly cringeworthy and grim. There we go, okay. There's half of an arm. into which this slots badly. I don't have the correct bit for this. I do have the correct bit for this. This is a very round hole, and this is a very not round peg. I'm not tremendously impressed by that. Oh, fucking girl. I mean, I guess it depends how your girlfriend is asking you if you want to be a mother. You know. I've just seen the first successful birth from a womb transplant. I saw that news. Actually, I thought I'd seen news that it was the first successful womb transplant, but either way, I've seen the relevant news article that you're talking about, or at least the headline of it, and that's some nice news. I'm saying it happened on stream. The shocking moment when London-based streamer Dippy accidentally captured the first live birth from a womb transplant on their Twitch stream when they were trying to dig up a dinosaur. I assume Twitch wouldn't let you stream medical stuff like that, but I can't say I've ever actually checked for it in the terms and conditions. First UK womb transplant to give birth. I see. Pop stuff off on the base of his foot. Still missing half of a head in here somewhere. And possibly a neck. I'm not sure. I've stumbled upon another plate. One toesy out. Ah! Oh. Well, if you can see the lovely imprints that we have there. Not expecting that, but neither am I mad about it. I put that over to one side because this is definitely a big enough bit to be behind the jaw. Twilight says that these transfers will have to find another dumb argument one day. I don't know that they will. I think they will continue to try in the face of reality. Because when has reality ever stopped them before? I feel like this should be nearly free, is what I was going to say. There we go. But yeah, considering what they're already like with like trans people's milk, and that is just a natural thing that literally anyone could do with a bit of stimulation. You know, I wouldn't expect the realities of what is medically possible to noticeably slow down the kinds of people who are opposed to us. Oh my god. What a bunch of numpty bananas. Bens. Also, as if that's been the only way that humans have been giving birth for the last 1,000 odd years. You know, it's not like there's any, say, famous Shakespeare plays that can give you an indication of how someone could still give birth under those circumstances, even if that were true. Exactly, King Girl. How much? Oh, loads. Okay. I was like, how much further back does this go? Miles and miles and miles. Miles and miles and miles further back is how far it goes. You've got out like 2/3 of it. There still needs to be half a head in here somewhere. God only knows where. Okay. There. That is going to... Hang on. Washed out. That is going to be the tip of the net. Means that we are very decidedly missing the other half of the upper jaw. Oh god, excuse me. Says, I just found out the C-section isn't named after Caesar, which is neat. It comes from K dairy to cut. Oh, that is exciting. God, I need to stop for a sec because I need to mute. I need to have a big old cough and a drink. Gotta actually wash my hands for this. I'll be back in a sec, everyone. God. Hello all, I'm back. Oh my goodness. He says, I was going to use the fact it's named for Caesar to be like, it's older than Shakespeare, it's named after Caesar. Even though that isn't true, there is a non-mythological record of Sanskrit texts dating back to 300 BC. That's quite a while ago. I was more using the Shakespeare play just because it's something that one might reasonably expect people to have heard of. I don't think most people have read Sanskrit texts dating back to 300 BC. I know I haven't. Alright, there we go. Drink has been had. Let the work continue. I don't know if you saw I picked up a bit off the floor that I've got there. So jaw can basically be only in these two bits, I think. Or it could be in the bin. If I accidentally threw out a bit that had it in last time. Which is becoming a more and more distressingly plausible theory with every bit of rock that I chip away. Yeah, it's worrying when I'm starting to remember the difference of music from the 10 hours of Celtic music. It says you don't know the second Mauryan emperor of Magadha Bindusara. I'll be honest, Kingle, I don't even know any of those individual words. Apart from emperor and second. That's your stupid trivia knowledge in case it comes up in a crossword. Found this an empire in ancient India. I was expecting to hear someone singing by now. It's just been like this one guy saying, "Yeah, huh," like he's voicing Zelda in a video game. Also a record of a Chinese emperor from 1000 BC who was one of 6 sons, all born from cutting open the body. I see, and you're using air quotes presumably because it's a slightly dubious record. Okay, this could well be the last point. This is very nice. There is not very much more rock to dig through, which is good news for us and bad news for the dinosaur. I'm not sure about how this tail is actually going to attach. I don't feel like there's any good attachment point on here for it. And as I keyed people into last stream, the box advertises that it should come with instructions for all of these sets, but there are none. So we are kind of flying by the seat of our pants when it comes to assembling this creature. Well, that came out really nicely. Okay, now it's just the hunt for a jawbone. Quite a small jawbone as well. The actual record is from approximately 900 years ago, after the emperor in question... From 900 years after the emperor in question. Gotcha. Ah! Bone. Okay. Good. Panic over. We are probably not missing anything. Ow. I spiked myself. There we go. Fabulous. The upper jaw. Okay, I think we now have all of the parts. I'm gonna keep breaking this into small chunks, just on the off chance. that I come across anything else, but I'm not expecting to at this point. In fact, we'll use this because it goes through it a bit easier. Okay. Boop, boop. Handling this when there's no plastic, it feels almost like handling like meringue. That's kind of the feel of it in your hand, where it's just like it's rigid, but it's very light, and it's kind of soft to the touch. I have not tried baking plastic dinosaur parts into them. But I guess you probably could do that as well. You would probably want the parts to be a bit bigger than the smallest parts of these, for fear of choking on them. Okay, there's nothing left in there. Okay, let's just hope we have everything we need then. Okie doke. Ah, okay, that's how the tail is. So these two dots slot into there. Except they really don't, because they are a lot bigger than the holes they are supposed to go into. A lot bigger. There we go. I'll just use this. No. It's not going to be a great fit again, like the last one. I've sort of come to accept that. None of these models really have ever gone together that well. The ribcage went together well there, though. This is a lot better than the soft glow-in-the-dark plastic that the T-Rex was made of. Right, so then we have big hind legs. There's a pelvis joint here that I wanna see if I can get to click. There we go. Nope. Came out. Big hind leg. Other big hind leg. He's a little loppy-sided. He's got a very tail dragger sort of a pose. And we have this pitiful excuse for a jointed... That one. I'm going to put that one on last because I think it's kind of part when I try. Oh, that's actually gone quite well into that sort at least. This, I assume... I said I was going to get pliers for this, and I never did. I was considering hitting it with a hammer. We're not going to. Yeah, I don't have easy access to pliers. Which is a shame because they'd be really handy actually. I could brace it against the handle of a tool. Have a better surface to push on. Yes, but it's not going to make all the difference because the problem is the thickness of the thing that goes into the slot. And possibly also now the problem is that there's a slight angle. I don't want to hit it with a hammer, but I think that's the kind of force that would be needed to actually make a difference here. That's fine. He can hang a little. He can hang a little apart. We'll manage. Right, so we are putting bottom jaw into top jaw. This around. And then in theory, these should all nicely line up. So it can help. There's still a bit of gunk in that. Will help massively. Holding us up here. I don't know which joint doesn't want to go. I think it is the bottom jaw. It's kind of in the wrong place. I may just have to take this away from the camera view so I can do it up close to my face. I'm sorry. It's this one. This pin. This pin here. It's too big. Too big for the slot that it was made for. That and the added difficulty of trying to line up 4 holes all at once, one of which is attached to something quite flexible, because the lower jaw is not sort of rigidly set in place. And again, no pliers to apply a proper squeeze. I got them in. I got them in slightly too far to get that ball in as well. May have to stay headless. Yeah, I've been consistently disappointed in the build quality of the finished models. They've been pretty consistently shit, excuse my French. I'll be honest. But actually, that pose is really nice. That is a nice looking stegosaur pose. It's just a shame that none of it fits together properly. The artists worked great on this, and the little CAD people whose job it was to make the sort of finished sculpt a workable thing were sleeping at home that day after having had a raging bender for the preceding 3 weeks, I think. It's the best excuse I can drum up. This sort of level of design quality. That, I mean, it's not good, but that kind of stays together. As long as I don't touch it with any sort of force whatsoever. There we go, there's a stable boy. His head is also, it's very dangly. It's a very dangly head. It's a spike doggo. Aha, spike doggo. Spike Doggo is complete, which means we are on to our final goal. It is 20... Oh, I'm touching my mouse when I'm trying not to. That's not good. Stop whatever you're doing, please. I hope you're still hearing noise, because my YouTube tab has got royally effed up. I don't know how or why. There we go. Yeah, my mouse just happens to be next to the box, and the box is not cooperating. Number 3. There is a number 3 on there. You can't really read it, but it's there. Which is our last one that we have unlocked, our last Tipathon goal. My goodness. We've got a bit of bone exposed straight away over here. That's going to be where we make our start. Oh. It's not bone. It's plastic film. This was obviously wrapped in at some point. Never mind then, eh? Guess onto some sort of gentle exploratory gougings. We actually even use this actually to take kind of a flat section off the top. This is just worse than this for this job. This tool was made for a job. Let it do its job. Final block. Unless someone goes crazy. Hopefully also final day. I've said that I will go until 7. If you weren't around when I said that, I said I'll go until 7 today. I was hoping to have Steggy done slightly quicker than I did have Steggy done. But Steggy was a bit slower than the glow in the dark works. I was hoping to have the final block done today. If we are not done by 7, if we're like 1 bone from being done at 7, but I probably shouldn't. But if we're not close to being done at 7, then I guess I'll be a day before. Oh my god, Kingo.
The end's in sight.
Kingo, you're insane. Well, ignore everything I just said. Thank you so much, Kingo. That is super generous of you. A little bit evil as well, it must be said. We found our first bit of bone down there. You're crazy. You're crazy. I'm gonna be so tired at the end of this week. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Kingo. That's a lovely and generous tip. And you are a lovely and generous chatter. You always have been, it must be said. Everyone say thank you to Kingo for bringing you another, I don't know, probably like 3 hours of content. Oh, that means I need to hit a goal. I should probably do a sort of a longer break so I can ditch all of this rock as well. We'll keep on for now. We'll keep on chugging on for now. Wake up, samurai. We've got a dino to burn? I don't get that reference. We'll see if I can get 1 bone out moderately. If we can, then I'll update the goal then. If it's looking like this is some big horrible thing, or I bump into a bunch of other bones, then we'll take a break so I can do a goalie update. Yeah, do other things like disposing of all this rock that I don't need out the bottom here. Yeah, you will notice the camera shake as I do things. The camera it's on a useful mount, but it's not on a very sturdy mount. It's still a sturdier mount than the mount I had for it before. It was on the flimsiest tripod the world has ever seen. And was just sort of awkwardly off to my side down there. This one's on a proper arm. It's an overhead mount, although it's at a bit of an angle at the moment. It's a reference to the trailer for the Cyberpunk game. I see. You're never really interested in it. What mount was your nickname in college? Oh, Pat. Oh dear. Did you have the saddle ability. Tap one or more creatures with power, with total power X or more. You become saddled until end of turn. You've not played with any cards that have the saddle ability, so this joke is probably a little bit lost on you. What the hell is this that we found here? I know I often find myself saying that during these digging processes. How much power did it take to saddle a King Girl during college? Oh, that one hit my monitor. It's left like a smear on the monitor now. That's not good. Surprisingly little, says King Girl. You made me laugh. You made me spit slightly off my thing. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's really grim. Let's dig that off quickly. So now that I have to look at that. You caught me off guard a little, I think. Well, I don't know how even, because that's more or less the answer I was expecting, I'll be honest. So there are 5 dinosaurs in this kit. I don't know which one this is. Which is not helping me figure out what bone this is, or the dinosaur that it is. I did more or less the answer I was expecting. What can I say, Kingo? I just clearly know you too well. Is this? What are you? Are you a pelvis? You've got like a nice wide attach point here, like a pelvis would have. I found another bit of bone here. There's another bit that's poked its head out. So I really should have trimmed my nails before I started today. It was much too late now. I think this must be a pelvis. In fact, I'm even going to go so far as to say I think this must be a lizard hit pelvis because of this sort of narrow spiky bit. This bit coming off here. So that narrows it down to all sauropods and all theropods. And the models aren't to scale with one another. Oh, this isn't a bit of thing. This is a limb because it's got a joint. pelvises don't have those. It says we could have a dizzy detour while you trim your nails. It's more because the nail trimming paraphernalia is underneath all of this. I could go and borrow something from family or something, but that's even more sort of faff and bother. I know at least one of them is home because I heard singing, but I don't know how many of them are home. And I don't know which ones. Might be the ones that are also, like me, headphones on and working. It says conspiracy theory: the dinosaurs were the size of the bones you're digging up, but the millennia underground to make them inflate. That sure is a conspiracy theory. Probably is a testable theory. Because you know things like the muscle attachment points, they don't scale linearly with bone size. You don't get one bigger attachment site for a big muscle on a big bone. You get lots of attachment sites that are the same size as ours. And maybe some of them are a bit bigger, but like, you know, you go up in number of sites rather than size of individual sites. I have no idea how much of this there is. Is there going to be a foot under here as well? Possibly. Yes, there's a foot. Very good at coming up with conspiracy theories. It's such a shame you're not the kind of numpty that falls for conspiracy theories. I mean, I assume the people who come up with conspiracy theories aren't the kind of numpty who fall for conspiracy theories. They're the kind of numpty who come up with conspiracy theories and then use them to ruthlessly exploit people for large amounts of money. Is that where the £25 donor came from, King Girl? But before I go on and commit to another dinosaur. Oh my gosh, what's going on with your feet, sir? In fact, are these your feet, sir? Or is this just another part entirely? It is just another part entirely. There we go. One bone down. Alright. I'm gonna go do that clean-uppy thing that I suggested I would do. Which is gonna involve me, I'm gonna go run away and wash hands, and then I'm gonna turn on the camera. For a little bit while I just shuffle the desk and clear off this this board and such things. So I will be gone for a little bit, and you'll see me come back, and then I'll go to transition screen and you won't hear me come back. Ciao guys, go grab a drink for yourselves and such while I'm doing this. Alright, hello everyone. Sorry you just heard me sniffling and stuffing away there. My goodness, we are back. You can see we have updatey goal at the top. You'll never reach this one. Sorry, I thought I had one of my mic things muted, and I actually had the other one muted. And so when I was fiddling with my mic, my physical mic, yeah, well, this isn't my physical mic. This is my physical mic control. There. Oh, camera's upstairs again. I accidentally turned that off, thinking I had the other one still muted, and I did not. Let's get the camera the right way around. That will greatly help in me being able to show you stuff and indicate stuff on the screen. There we go. You're a guy named Physical Mike in college. Your college days were absolutely wild, Kingo. We have a new updated goal at the top. You won't reach this one. You should not feel bad about not reaching this one because, my goodness, the level and scale of generosity of you guys is bewildering to me, genuinely. Like when I started out, I was like, okay, I'll set some goals, and I'll think, well, maybe I can convince sort of 3 lovely people, maybe, to give like a tenner each. I was like, maybe if I can really stretch it, I might be able to, you know, with some goals, I might be able to get into like a total of maybe 50 quid if I really push. I don't really want to really push you guys because, you know, like, you are here as a lovely community. I don't want to treat you like you're some sort of, I don't know, weird cash pot or something. You know, that's how some streamers do treat their audiences. And it gets a bit grim and gross. I just realised turn that up a little bit. But you guys have just absolutely blown me away. With £100 and also 69 pennies worth of donations. That is crazy to me as somebody who in my wildest dreams was thinking I might get half that. That has basically covered the cost of the TwitchCon ticket that I have acquired for myself. Which is staggering for me. It means I can really kind of breathe more easily a little bit about all of the, you know, I've been a bit concerned about the old finances lately, concerned about spending money on things that maybe I shouldn't have been concerned about spending money on. And I hope now that I can sort of, I've got a bit more breathing room thanks to you guys. So I hope it is coming across. I am super grateful for everything and everyone that has given things. We have like 4 different bones that we can start working on. And I still don't know what creature this is, so I'm gonna... What even is this? What's up with this? Here. I get this to not be washed out, so you can actually see what's going on. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. No, I can't. You've got no idea. It looks weird. It looks like someone's cut a foot in half. Is what it looks like. So to answer your earlier question, Kinga, yes, I sort of did think it would be that easy. In fact, I thought it would be a lot easier. I'm blown away. I am taken back. I guess I feasibly could be blown back. This is maybe somebody cut their foot in half. We do have fossil records of dinosaurs with injuries, broken feet, and such things. Famously, Big Al, the Allosaurus specimen, has, I think, a broken foot. It's been a while because there's a Walking With documentary about the Big Al. It's all about this one, the hypothetical life of this one Allosaurus specimen. It is a real specimen, and sort of kind of trying to reconstruct what its life may have looked like. I think the sort of the kind of almost the joke amongst the community is that he got a broken foot, and it was a fatal injury because he couldn't hunt. And in the special, in the show, they sort of treated it as like, well, how did he acquire this broken foot? Well, he stumbled on a log or a bit of bone or something. Which is a slightly ignominious way to die, it must be said. Oh, I think there might be a hole in this ribcage here, possibly. I think this is a ribcage. What do you think? Do you think that's a ribcage? It's a ribcage. Yeah, the other possibility is that you guys just really, really love 10 hours of Celtic music by Adrian von Ziegler and are desperate to hear me play it more on stream. Oh, goodness. Another little hole there, that's going to be some kind of attachment point. After the first two dinosaurs being just wildly different sizes, I have absolutely no idea what to expect this dinosaur to be like size-wise. And I'm just kind of not making any judgments and assumptions. It says I need to acclimatize myself to it before you go off and stand in a fairy circle. Oh dear. We'll be sorry to lose you, but we will be ecstatic to welcome definitely King Girl 1 to our community when they arrive. What would fairy abduction look like in the modern day and age? What would a changeling coming to replace a modern iPad teen, what would they do? Maybe the fairies just have iPads as well. I saw a really interesting Tumblr post. I may have shared it on Tumblr, possibly blog it, I should say, Tumblr. That was about like modern sort of university folklore, but it's actually also fairy folklore. And there's just fae folk troubling this university and occasionally kidnapping its students. Benman says the Fae may use technology as an interface, a way to get in. Like, hey Dis, can I have your name? You already know my name, It says, to be fair, the original changeling myth is considered by some to be how superstitious folk justified neurodiverse children. So I guess modern Fae are giving kids vaccines. If they are, they're going to be sorely disappointed. Well, it's a reasonably chunky ribcage. Doesn't really narrow it down as to what sort of creature it is. Vaccines shouldn't cause autisms, but vaccines will contain tiny pixies that turn your child into a changed. actually, the other question from a traditional furry folklore standpoint is: at what age are you too old to be replaced by a changeling when a fairy kidnaps you? Because I'm guessing Kingo is probably too old for that, even though you am baby by the standards of me and Shaka and such. Penguin says, "The thing I can't shake is a strange thing. I can wear your face, speak if I say words. It sounds an awful lot like AI. Oh god. Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all, Penguin. And people do sign up to all these AI face changer apps without reading the terms and conditions." Imagine, what if the Fae is coming from the other direction time-wise? I don't know what that means. That sounds deep, but I have no idea what it means. Oh, I found another bit of bone. This might be something that tells us what it is. That's sort of a long curvy bone. Although that being said, they did just put a random rock under the T-Rex's foot that confused me, so I'm not going to hold my breath. You see a stranger in a strange place. Count the teeth and count the fingers, lest you be dealing with the Fey folk. I've never seen counting the teeth as an advice for AI. I guess because I don't think a lot of human artists really pay that close attention to how many teeth a mouth should have. You know, I don't think most people who are making the sort of anime-style digital art that AI tends to replicate, I don't think they're giving people an accurate number of, like, incisors and canines and molars anyway. Unless Count the Teeth is an old favourite that I just wasn't aware of. Oh, another bit of another bone. The teeth is a fake thing, okay. Banger says, imagine if the Fae are completely adverse to computers. So much iron stretched and folded, so much chaos. Well, computers aren't really made of iron though, are they? They're made of silicon and copper. And I guess glass with fiber optic cables. Probably gold in there. I know gold's a useful conductor in a lot of high-tech equipment. I don't know if that's the end of this ribcage or not. I'm guessing it's not. It kind of looks like it might be. Oh, it is. Okay. Bone number 2. A ribcage, or at least a part of one. Oh, interesting. There's a little bit still stuck to it. I should move the staggy so it's not in the way and getting confused. It says, I think there are a couple of different worries. Like there's the fairy circles and fairy trees. Also, the changing theory was targeting the old and infirm who were spirited away from their homes. Oh. when they were growing up, did anyone read Artemis Fowl in that series? That was a series with like a huge amount of potential as like a modern sort of fairy story, but didn't really use it very well, which I thought was a big shame. Like, I really enjoyed the first... Oh god, how many books were out when I was a kid? Let's say I really enjoyed the first 5 books of the series. But I don't think the later books delivered... Like, even within that first 5, I don't think later books really delivered on the, like, the fairy tale aspect that the first book kind of set up a little bit. You know, the fairies in the first book really have a lot of kind of folklore-y things going on with them. You know, they're not allowed inside without an invite. They have various magic and rituals and stuff, and that was all really massively lost from the second book onwards, where it's like, we're gonna go to Russia and deal with the KGB/mob. The interesting was more focused on the tech. Yeah, led into the urban and urban fantasy. It really did. Had the weird little detail that fairies in that universe were thought to be descended from pterodactyls, specifically. Like, as though that makes any sense. Which, I mean, none of the other fairy stuff in it made sense either. But just that one in particular has got me like, what? I would say that the first 4 books are really good. Of Artemis Fowl. The 5th book is really interesting, and it almost feels like it was kind of trying to be a chance to reset the series towards its roots. And then by the time of the 6th book, it turns out that actually they don't really work with many of the things from the 5th book, and the ones they do work with are just excuses to kind of change the setting from how it was originally to make it more convenient. It's like, you know, the fairies just kind of lose all their limitations because the imp character from number 5 is so powerful he could do that. You have magic, you allow suspension disbelief is quite quick. I don't know how I feel about that statement. I don't know if I'm not saying I disagree with that, just... The statement does not resonate with me. This is some sort of a... This is a hip. Can lose go? Okay, that's fair. There's a big crack. I don't know if I can show this to you either. There's a big crack in the plaster here. I would like to exploit, but I don't know what's on this side of it. Look, I thought I could chip that bit, a whole bit off, but no. Ah, chip that bit off. There we go. maybe this is a forelimb? Possibly? This seems much bigger in scale than this, what I previously assumed was sort of pelvic. Yes, those telepaths seem to go off because every invention is so deeply fantastic. We have cameras that run off a very fast imp inside. We have a computer that runs off of bees. Does it run off of ants? Hex. But yes, he kept the whimsy about it. You see, you enjoyed the Artemis Fowl books. I swear there was a film I watched recently. It was an Artemis Fowl story. There was an Artemis Fowl film. I didn't watch it because it looked like it was going to be absolutely shit. I'm swearing a lot today, apparently, and not in the way I normally would, where I'm just like grumpy at something. But yeah, it looked like it was going to be really terrible. It had Judi Dench as Commander Julius Root. And bearing in mind that, like, a huge part of the character interaction in the first book is that the fairy main character, Holly Short, Julius Root is quite bad and misogynistic to her because she's the first ever woman in her particular role in the fairy police. And so the fact that they've now made her commanding officer, who obviously is in that role in the police, was in that role in the police for her, into Judi Dench, feels like they kind of missed a lot that was going on. And he says, no, this one was good. Okay, so not the actual Artemis Fowl film. Okay. I'd be interested to hear what it was, Dan Benguin, if you can remember. He says, as both answer computation beehive to memory. There we go. Thank you, Kingo, for being able to correct me. Penguin is racking their brain. Penguin is consulting with the beehive for storage. Is that bone there? I think that might be. That is. Okay. It says at the risk of being lost forever, I'm going to jump into urban fantasy on TV tropes. I wish you the best of luck, Kingo. I hope you're not lost forever. In a wiki walk sense, or in a claimed by the fairy sense. Yeah. But like the opening to the original Artemis Fowl book is genuinely so cool. It's like, you know, this okay, like yeah, he's a rich kid or whatever, but he's like and yeah, he's a super genius kid, and that's a little bit sort of a silly young adult kids book thing. Fine, but like the premise is he has this sort of inkling that fairies are real based on his research, and he goes and he finds one, and he tricks this fairy into letting him photograph the fairy book that all fairies have. And then he just spends ages just decoding and translating this new fairy language from scratch to read the book. I think it's a really fun idea. You know, because also he's not like just being a super genius kid by just he knows everything. It's that he goes and he works and does this whole translation thing. You know, he's not like sort of a Tony Stark style genius who can just do stuff cleverly off the top of his head. This looks like there's a little baby dinosaur here, like with a little mouth and some little arms. Was this dinosaur pregnant when it died? Does it have a little dino fetus inside it? Still none the wiser as to what this kind of thing could be. From the hip, I'm now kind of guessing maybe it's a sauropod? Because sauropods have big old hips like that. Oh, I guess maybe this is the actual head. That is actually a sauropod head. Tiny little head. Because I guess if the whole sauropod has to be the same size as Steggy, when it's actually an animal that's 5 times the size, the head must be 5 times smaller, or 1/5 the size, really. I know I just said 5 times smaller. It does kind of bother me when people say, like, oh, it's 5 times smaller. Like, no, it's 1/5 the size. You can't really be 5 times smaller. It's like when people say, it's like it's half as warm. Like, no, it's not. It's, if it's 10 degrees versus 20 degrees, then it is 10 degrees colder, but that is not half of anything except a very arbitrary number. You could argue, I suppose, that if it's 20 Kelvin and 10 Kelvin, maybe you can argue that it's half as cold, or half as warm, or whatever. Yeah, it bothers me when people say stuff is like multiplicatively smaller, because it's not. It's divisionally smaller, if that makes sense. This neck here has all these little bits that kind of jut out this way like that. They're really awkward and annoying. I'm really worried about like getting caught and breaking them. If I had known what I was dealing with and what it looked like, I would not have been as gung-ho with even this little plastic chisel as I was. This sauropod boy is going to be quite finicky, I think. Just because all of the detail necessarily has to be smaller. Let's brush. One of the kind of the surprising things about sauropods, for such huge creatures as they are, is they have quite finicky and in parts even frail looking skeletons. Which is partly a result of the fact that one of the ways they got so big was they had very light skeletons for their size. You know, a lot of air gaps and stuff. What's the... This is... I've got a little sort of jump in my head. What's the singular of fauna? Is it faunus? That seems wrong. Is it just fawn? Because the singular of flora is florum. So is it a faunum? Do you have many megafauna and one megafaunum? He says, apparently even though it refers to a group, fauna is the term for the group. What does that mean? Maybe my brain is shutting down because it's nearly 6 o'clock. Oh, this neck is a nightmare. There doesn't seem to be a singular, I see. So what do I do if I want to say 1 megafauna? I don't know if the camera is really doing justice. Like how finicky all of those little bits on the underside of the neck really are. But it's quite finicky. Is how finicky. It says, I guess you just have to be specific or more general, I see. Huh, weird. Grammar, you have failed me. To the hounds. To the hounds with grammar. Say, the moose is an example of North American megafauna. As a a dinosaur, it does sometimes feel a bit weird referring to like things that are not on dinosaur scale, like mooses, as being megafauna. Like even though they absolutely unequivocally are megafauna, they're still a lot less megafauna than the megafauna I'm used to. Oh, I bumped into another bone by trying to take the side off there. It says, I mean, outside of ocean leviathans and giant squids, we don't have anything the size of larger dinos, right? I mean, but yeah, it is just ocean stuff, so I don't know how big the biggest squids get. I didn't think they rivaled big dinos, but to be fair, I don't know. But yeah, our living megafauna that is comparable to dinos is elephants and sea creatures, stuff like whales and things. At least on the scale of like the dinos that people think about. So like sauropods and whales are fairly similar in size. Rexies tend to be bigger than most modern megafauna. Triceratops, Stegosaurus, they're all heavier than like our modern equivalents like rhinos or meese. This is like he's got a really skinny neck. Really skinny neck. Giant squid is 13 meters at a push. Brachiosaurus is 18 to 22 meters. Blue whale is 30 meters. Wow, that's a big squid. But yeah, the blue whale is I think the largest animal to ever live, and one of the sauropods. I think it's a patatitan. I think it's Patagatitan, that's the word I'm looking for. I think that is currently the biggest known dinosaur, although I could be wrong. Maybe that might be the heaviest known dinosaur, possibly. Is a Brachiosaurus 18 meters tall or 18 meters long? Because obviously a lot of the upright sauropods, although they are the tallest creatures by some margin, they're not like min-maxing either stats, because half their length is tail going lateral, and half their length is neck going upwards. It says Patagatitan has an estimated length of 37 meters. Oh wow! Bigger than a blue whale, I had no idea. Because normally when people talk about sauropods, they use the qualifier that they're the biggest animals to ever walk the earth. Which, I mean, they are, but does strongly imply that there are bigger animals not walking the earth. Had. Okay, it's kind of estimated as 31. Okay. So that the Patagatitan and the blue whale are buddies. They're competing with each other in size. Okay. It's nearly out, but the bits that aren't out are some more of these little spines. I'm worried they could be a little bit frail, so I don't want to wiggle him too much if I can help it until he's actually fully out on all of these. says Brachiosaurus was 18 to 22 meters long, possibly grazing at 9 meters off the ground. I imagine grazing is the applicable term. I don't know what other term I'd use. Ah, no spines on that side, because that's where the joint is. That's useful. That's lucky. Alright, part number 3 of what I think this is at this angle. See, the head is giving Diplodocus. It's a relatively steep neck angle for Diplodocus, but maybe that's within the bounds of sort of what's plausible / artistic license. We have whatever this is, which I would normally have said was the bottom jaw, but it's not, because that's a whole head. So what are you? Oddly square. No! Oh. Ah, we lost it. It's on the floor. Give us a sec, chat. I have to recover my spike. Ow. Ow. Alright, else have been achieved. Camera. That's not want to stay straight. There we go. Oh, it's going to be covered in dust now, isn't it? That was a silly thing to do, Dizzy. Argentinosaurus and Puertosaurus are other sauropods of comparable size. Their old orthopods weight 200 tons versus 80 tons. Of course, that makes sense, I guess. Because that is the one measure that the marine realm really just truly can't sort of be competed with on is its ability to hold up a large weight. Because the water does most of the heavy lifting, pardon the pun, for you. Which is also why we transport lots of goods by sea as a species. So you're gonna laugh at me a bit. So I will not pardon the pun. Yeah, says another. Also, why we should return to the waves so that we can get bigger. I think humans particularly desperately need to be larger. I mean, we're already getting taller anyway as our sort of diet improves. We're not particularly close to like the limits on size for terrestrial vertebrates. Being as how those limits are, the numbers you've just given us, sort of 30 meters long, how many tons in weight? 80 tons in weight, there we go. You know, I'm a few stone too many, but I'm not close to 80 tons. What is this thing doing? Why does it look like a Lego brick? Or possibly a tank trap. Is it the spine? Could be some spine, I guess. It's a real big spine if it is a spine. My golly goodness. this. I think it is a spine. It's very square. It says the largest living land animal is 6 tons, far less than the 80 tons we reached during the Cretaceous. I assume that is one of the elephants. That 6-ton weight. I can't imagine that there's creatures heavier than elephants. The African bush elephant, yes. Well, you know, maybe colossal biosciences will help fix that. For the uninitiated people who may be listening, colossal biosciences is one of the main companies behind the de-extinction push, and they've recently come out with a quote-unquote revived direwolf. So there's just a grey wolf with less than 20 genes changed. And it looks like a Game of Thrones direwolf rather than like an actual direwolf. I've seen some people on TikTok being very generous with giving all colossal biosciences the benefit of the doubt. I mean, colossal biosciences, I haven't been wrong. I shouldn't be after all the bloody press coverage I've seen of it. Yeah, this is definitely a spine. That's a spine. I think it says the top 10 heaviest animals are all whales, the top 3 heaviest terrestrial animals are all elephants, and the rhinos with the hippo in the middle of the rhinos. That is pretty much what I'd expect. You know, I was like, it's going to be all elephants, and then it's going to be rhinos and hippos. I would have probably erred on rhinos being heavier, but I wouldn't have cried foul if you'd said, no, there's a hippo that's heavier than the rhinos, but a hippo in the middle of the rhinos sounds right to me. I suppose that's another list that's going to be being shaken up soon as we lose whichever species of rhino it is that we've only got one male left of. It's nearly 6. Okay. We've got about an hour left of this. I hope to make decent progress on that time. I don't think we're gonna finish Dippy. I'm tentatively gonna say this is Dippy. I don't think we're gonna finish Dippy in that time, as I'd hoped to do before the stream started. But that's okay, because we're gonna have to have another one of these anyway. When will that be? I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. It may be Saturday. I'm not sure how the weekend is shaping up. Ah, okay, this is quite a short spine section, it looks like, because we've got, here's the head, here's the joint, and it looks like we've got another joint bit coming off right here. The heaviest recorded hippo is as heavy as the heaviest recorded rhino, both of which beat the average African forest elephant, and tie for the average Asian elephant. Oh, interesting. Let's stop looking at this Wikipedia page. Pattern finding brain go burr. Haha, me tomato, I'm getting caught out. Tisk tisk, Tipathon. Oh, that's a new one, Tipathon. I haven't seen your before. I might have to go on the prohibited terms list as well. We'll have to see if you guys can be good or not. Come on, break through here. Come on, little chisel, you can do it. There's long, long, long spines on these vertebrae. Long, long, long spines. I think in ye times of past, some people might have been reconstructing sauropods with genuine like Spinosaurus style sails because of just how long their neuroprocesses were. It does kind of make me wonder, when do we say it had a sail? And when do we say actually it was just hench as all hell and had a massive back? I've not looked into like the particulars of that judgment call. You know, because there are plenty of historical animals that we reconstruct with a sail, like all of the Dimetrodon family and stuff like that. But to my knowledge, there are no living animals with a sail on their back. You know, everything that has a big sort of spine thing on its back, like a buffalo or a bison, is just really hench. This spine is going further back still. This isn't the end of it. They're all going to have big spines going down this way, aren't they? It's going to be a pain and a problem. Occasionally showering my face in plaster as well as we go along. All good, all good. That's a big pile of dust in your face. Not really where I want it, I'll be honest with you. Okay. How's this? Oh, my phone's going off. My phone's going off because it's time for me to feed the fish. And I am not in any way, shape or form ready to feed the fish. I'm not even ready to go and turn off my phone alarm. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm not even particularly close to getting this bone out. so there's not a nice or a convenient choke point or cut-off point for me to go and deal with all of that, so I may just have to go and do it. And apologise to you. Leave the spike stuck in. Alright, I'll be back in as short a time as I can manage. Look after yourselves, go grab a drink while I'm gone. Feed your fish if you have any fish and they haven't been fed. I'll see you all in a bit. Oh, rightio, those little fishies have been attended to. Izzy's back. Hi, everyone. It is 5 minutes past 6. I've just been told that tea is scheduled for 5:20 to 7, which is earlier than intended. It might mean that I end up having to miss family dinner, because I've said we're going on till 7ish if we can. On the other hand, my old thumb is hurting a little bit, so we may end up having to give in slightly early. Penguin says I should probably go and make food, huh? Penguin, food is very good for you. So yes, you should go and make some, if you do not have some already. Another person on the internet defeated with facts and logic. Assuming the spine can't go much further, right? Question mark. Do we think this is the end? Because I mean, it's at the end of the block. I mean, 6 hours. God, where does time fly? Presumably it flies to wherever the ducks come from. Is that another bone there? I've just been trying to scrape into it. It's right below the surface. Getting in my way. Although that might actually mean that we don't have too much more of this left. There's another bone cutting across it. And presumably there must be an end of this to cut across. Kingo says, my guess would be the distinction is based partly on the sheer size of the neural spines, comparative to the rest of the body nearby and related sections. It could feasibly just be an assumption. I see. Well, you know what they say about assumptions. Sometimes they end up with you staring down the face of a massively hinged Spinosaurus with just the biggest ass shoulder muscles imaginable. Although actually, I don't know if a Spinosaurus' sail is far enough forward that it is shoulder muscles or if it is actually leg muscles. Because the reconstructions of old Spiny, they change a lot. And that includes the shape and position of the sail. Like the old Jurassic Park style Spiny has quite a far forward, one peaked, single big sail, and I think a lot of the reconstructions I've seen more recently tends to have a sort of a more distributed and possibly like a double peak sail. So I'm really not sure. He says it's not unheard of in modern animals, just rare. The crested chameleon has a sail. Okay. Now there's a boy I've never heard of, but he sounds cute. Images you've seen in this Wikipedia dive have a sort of double. Okay. There's probably the more sort of recent accepted idea. I'm assuming it does not. Does the Wikipedia have a reconstruction that looks like a walrus? Possibly with the caption Spinosaurus underneath. Just out of idle curiosity. I would Google you a picture if my hands weren't like this at the moment. But you should look up Spinosaurus if you have not seen it previously. It is an intensely amusing take on the trends and also problems of Spinosaurus reconstruction. Did I say walrus? I meant to say walrus. If I didn't say walrus, I meant to say walrus, is what Spinosaurus looks like. Control F, Spino F, and got no results. A quick Google is concerning and confusing. I will possibly post a picture in the Discord later if I remember of Spinosaurus. Do the reconstructions on your wiki dive, Kingo, have tail fins? Because I've definitely seen some takes on Spinosaurus that have those. By tail fins, I guess I mean like a tail sort of fluke sort of thing. A tail sail, if you will. That's definitely a lot more speculative though, and that comes kind of hand in hand with the problems of like lifestyle reconstruction of Spinosaurus. You know, is it semi-aquatic? Is it, you know, primarily a pescivore? What's it eating? How's it living? And all of the semi-aquatic Spinosaurus theory is kind of inevitably caught up in the problems of there was a time when someone thought every dinosaur was semi-aquatic and they were too big to not be semi-aquatic, and that was sort of bad for public perception of science. It decreased popular science literacy a lot, at least regarding dinosaurs, and has led to a lot of grifters doing things like publishing a book called Too Big to Walk? Question mark. What the hell is this? So we got, as you can see, we've got loads of bone. We've got big old hip, probably leg bone here. Something small here. Don't know what this is. This could be more spine, maybe. This is going to be more spine unless it's ribs. And then something here, which I'm assuming is the other side of this. Oh, and something down here as well. There's not enough of it to see. And another bit of it there. Lots going on. Lots and lots going on. Difficult to know really where to start. But this looks awkward because it looks like it's got those neck spine type things. So I'm going to start with this. Because there's no point leaving it to last because I can't go gung-ho on this anyway. And I don't want those little delicate spines getting caught while I'm trying to dig out something nearby. So grab the delicate bit first. Kingo says, not really comparable to modern animals I know of. It's most similar to a tadpole tail in appearance. Tail does almost seem to have the same neural spines as the rest of the back. I can see it being a thing. You have no background in paleontology. I learned the phrase neural spine approximately 30 minutes ago. You're doing yourself a disservice there, Kingo. We've talked about neural spines on this stream before. In fact, we've talked about neural spines on, well, at least one of the models that I was digging up a few days ago. You know what a neural spine is. It is a good word, though, or a good phrase, I should say. It sounds funky. It sounds fun. Neural spine. It sounds a bit sci-fi. It certainly sounds quite exotic. You know, you don't, although they do, you don't think of cows as having neural spines. I can't remember what these bits are called, though. These bits that hang down on the neck and get caught on your digging tools. The opposite of a neural spine. Oh, I don't want to do it that way, because I might get caught on the one. Break it off. That would be disastrous. We have so far avoided doing any major damage to any of the specimens. I would like to keep it that way. of the particular way that like my nail shelters a little bit of my finger from getting covered in plaster dust, I keep looking at it and thinking that there's blood under it because it's so much darker and redder than the surrounding skin. And that's because the surrounding skin is covered in white dust. But it keeps making me panic a little bit. 6. You can probably hear when I'm getting tired just by the frequency with which I check the time. Even if I hadn't said I was going to stop soon, we would be having to stop soon. Okay, we found the ends of these spines because this is the attachment point. That's helpful. Fewer things to break. I think, unfortunately, the rest of this spine is underneath this, probably. Oh, they make a... Can you hear that? Hang on. They make a pleasing little sound. They remind me of, my mother has these little sort of frog-shaped things that make little croaking ones when you stroke them with a little wooden baton. They sound sort of like that. They're very sweet. Now, I guess we're gonna have to tackle this. I'm gonna guess this is a rib cage. Oh, we might be lucky actually. Looks like there's not another rib here. So we might be able to sneak around it. Oh, look, I found another bit of spine. I suppose that is what sauropods are mostly composed of. That's definitely going over the top of what we're currently digging up, so that definitely needs to go. Yeah, I'm thinking part 4 of Tipathon goals might be Saturday. Have a continue on with the day on, day off sort of structure. Gives me a little bit of time to recover in all the joints. Because I'm getting old. I'm getting old, chat. Did you know? For some reason this one is like much dustier than all the other bones. I tell you what, actually, thinking about it, I'm really glad that the head wasn't a separate part on this. Because the size of this head, I would have absolutely lost back in the box somewhere. Oh! Ah! Well, that's bad, but it's worked out for us alright. Turns out there was another bone in there. So that's sort of there, and I got the chisel underneath it. I just accidentally levered the whole thing out. That would have been an utter disaster if this was a real fossil. That would have been game over for this whole bit. Oh, that's why the foot looks so weird, because it's a silly sauropod foot. Oh, of course. It's not really got the proper shape of a sauropod foot. Sauropod foots are genuinely gross to behold because they're kind of they're digitigrades, but they're up sort of almost like this. So their foot looks just sort of hollow in terms of the footprints. Yeah, I'm obviously. That's the other way you can tell I'm obviously tired, is because I'm rushing a bit with the chisel where I shouldn't. Let's hope this bit of spine doesn't have those horrible underneath bits. Some of this bone is so shallowly below the surface, it's a miracle it wasn't exposed. Just to just see it and find it. Kingo says, in horrifying news, one of the most intact fossil records ever found for Latin name was destroyed this morning by a hobby paleontologist's disrespectful demise. When questioned, the online content creator responded, "Oops." Oh god. I would genuinely be insulted too if I'd broken like a proper fossil, especially if it was an important one. Especially if someone from the news was quizzing me about it, I would be utterly inconsolable. I'd have to release an apology video. I haven't done an apology video. I guess I could just sing the Nick Clegg apology song, because I'm old enough to remember that. I don't know if King Girl's even old enough to remember Nick Clegg. King Girl, you know who Nick Clegg is? Is he relevant enough for the youth of today to I say youth of today. Creators are pretty sure this is not a crime. They're still insisting that somebody called 999. Oh gosh. You remember Nick Clegg? He's the reason nobody remembers the Dems, right? I suppose in a roundabout way, yes. What he did was quite memorable. In a bad way. I think that the reason why nobody your age remembers the Dems is because they were reduced to political irrelevancy because everybody stopped voting for them because of what Nick Clegg did. So in a roundabout way, yes. Nick Clegg, I think, in a way, was kind of Keir Starmer before Keir Starmer was Keir Starmer, in that he was in the he was a nice example of the process of what happens when a bunch of people who voted for you because you're not the Tories see you get into government and then do the Tories. Unfortunately, with a year being a long time in politics, oh, sorry, a week being a long time in politics, the 10-ish years since the coalition government ended was much too long ago for anybody who voted for Keir Starmer to really have that kind of a memory. And certainly for anyone in Keir Starmer's government to have that kind of a memory. And so we got Keir Starmer. I'm getting very political again. In fairness to Clegg and the Dems, they were the minority part of the government, whereas Keir Starmer has no one to blame. That's true. Shaka is here! Welcome on in, Shaka! Everybody say hi to Shaka because I can't. We have indeed hit another milestone. A very generous individual, or possibly a very cruel individual. You may decide for yourselves independently which. No, I'm kidding. Let's get that off. Let's get that off. There's not very much left, I think, holding this in. But it's these little bits on the bottom. A bit thin. Could potentially be a bit fragile. We've donated £25. Oh, fucking hell. I don't really think you're cruel. I think you're lovely, and I'm very grateful to have you. I'm also separately very grateful for the £25 in case I haven't made that clear enough. Do we think we can just... There we go. Out it comes. You would not refer to another chat as very cruel. No one in this chat is very cruel. Probably. I don't know who could be lurking. Maybe Keir Starmer's lurking. That'll be a turn up for the books. I don't think these two bits of spine go together. Oh, maybe. Maybe. We'll say yes for now. Oof, ow, all me thumb. All me thumber. Kingo says, do you have any message you'd like to send out to a potential lurking disgraced PM? It's not too late to undo all the damage you've caused. I think is an important one to stress. Like, you know, you don't have to commit to the path that you're on. You could actually do something right. Something I would like him to hear and internalize. I don't think anything in the world could convince him to internalize that, even if he heard it. I guess actually that's not true. I think several £million could encourage him to internalize just about everything, because you know, most of what's got him where he is chasing vast quantities of money. But I don't have several £million. And if I did, I wouldn't give them to him. Actually, I don't know. If somebody said, if I had several £1 million, somebody said, if you give me several £1 million, I'll do, you know, I'll do right, and I've got the power to back it up. Would I genuinely not give them that, even if they were a horrible person? If I could somehow be convinced that what they were saying was true, or I guess if I could sort of conditionally withhold the money if it turned out that what they said wasn't true. Pay him 100 quid to fire Wes Streeting. I pay him 100 quid to fire Wes Streeting. I've only just been given 100 quid by you guys. Imagine if that was secretly what we were raising money for. 100 quid to get Kirstar with a fire West Street. Probably out of a cannon. I was sort of thinking firing something at West Street might be the preferable option. In Minecraft. Unfortunately, I think it costs a lot more than 100 quid to get someone to do that. I don't know, because I've never looked it up. But I would guess it's probably more than 100 quid. £100 feels like a very small amount of money for me. He's here tonight, folks. Welcome in. The reason we're here tonight, Sakia! Sounds ineffectual. Why are you shuffling into the room? Oh dear. I think in particular, the thing that grates perhaps most about specifically West Street, besides the fact that he's leading policies that hit close to home, is he feels like he's kind of our responsibility in a way as a queer man. We should be the ones really kind of doing something about him. I mean, obviously, just everyone should be doing something about all of them. But he's like. He's a little bit like, unfortunately our circus, unfortunately our monkeys. It makes it like doubly, triply inexcusable the stuff that he is doing. The fact that he is also queer himself. But it does also feel like it's, well, we dropped the ball on this one a little bit by letting a person like him exist. Oh my gosh, I think we've got another situation where we've come to the end of the bone and there's another bone at the end of it. It says, I think the most frustrating thing is paid for by private healthcare. 60% of his funding since 2025. Oh wow. That is particularly shocking. I knew that he had private healthcare money. I didn't realise it was that big a proportion. Yeah, any sane country would have absolutely outlawed that whole thing decades ago. But of course, it's like asking the it's a little bit like asking the turkeys to vote for Christmas. We're going to elect you on the assumption that you're going to stop yourselves from being given large amounts of money. Never much of a seller. It's 2015. Okay, I guess that actually makes more sense now that I think about it, because there's not been a lot of 2025, and I don't know if he actually would have had to report any donations in 2025 yet, because I can't remember how long you get to report them, but it's a reasonable while. You don't have to declare things for a few months, because I know Starmer was doing that with some of the gifts he got given right before the election. were given in such a time frame as that he wouldn't have to declare them until after the election. You don't have to campaign in 2025, it wouldn't be much between. Yes, that's true. Although I don't really know, like, how... I don't really know what the timeline is of when politician bribery money comes in versus when they're campaigning. Because obviously, you know, like, in terms of campaign money, yes, that mostly comes in around election season. But he's in charge now for 4 years. So, you know, get bribing. He's got 4 years to do whatever you bribe him to do, right? You know, if you bribe him in election day, he can promise to do the thing you want him to do. If you bribe him now, he can actually do it. Oh, blinked. Off goes that bit. I'm not certain if we're actually going to be able to get this out, because all of these finicky bits underneath, some of them are going to be under this ribcage. So I might have to get the ribcage out first. I don't know if we've got enough time to do both today. Depends how awkward the ribcage is. We've got a decent amount of Dippy out. We stand a chance of managing to do both things next stream. Albeit one of them was like completely by accident with the chisel. We haven't really had any like big lumps of rock come off. I'm worried about pieces hiding, which is also quite nice. On the subject of like politicians and bribery, I hear one of the big things that all of the label are into at the moment is getting like free football tickets. Apparently there's a lot of that going around as gifts. Which, if I was a politician, I would be very easy to be immune to bribery because I don't like football. That's one that's straight to reported, isn't it? That's a bit worrying. That rib in the middle there is shorter than the ones on either side of it. This one. I don't like that. That's a bit of a concern. Doesn't look broken. I'm a bit worried. I'm very paranoid about breaking these. Probably more paranoid than I need to be, considering that we haven't particularly broken any of them so far. Bop! Out he comes. Doesn't look broken. Don't like it though. It says tickets to a play plus refreshments, tickets to Arsenal versus Man U, tickets to Taylor Swift. Oh, of course, yeah, Taylor Swift tickets are also the big issue one, weren't they? Yeah. Really, the gift for Swift is down as the Football Association University. They sorted the football tickets. That would have made sense. One would think. There is something here. Right where the end of that shorter rib was, but I don't think it's another rib. Oh, there's another bone here. This. Lying down here. Also getting in the way of me dealing with these spines. As if they weren't awkward enough on their own, without everything being on top of them. Looks like it's another spine part, which could lead to my ultimate nightmare of having two of these with the little finicky, fragile bits interlocking. Quarter two. I don't think I'm going to get this part out today. I'm going to do my best though. I think it's going to be two underneath this. I'm guessing his tail, based on the fact that it's quite thin. If it is tail, I think it might not have these, because this bit here doesn't have them. I think they're for support, those sort of spines. I really can't remember. It's slightly vexing. Just gotta kind of brush out all the guff. Because it's like a little channel between two bits of plastic. This is a high guff area. Unlike Michael Gove's office, which is a high gov area. While we're talking politics, I'm going to make a bad politics and cocaine joke. come on, like, you're so nearly out, but this bit is so obnoxiously in the way. And then there's another thing here, which is slightly on top of this. It's just a never-ending pile-up of bone on bone. Ah! Oh. Well, that wasn't what I was going for. But it has worked. It has meant I'll get this piece out today. Huh. That was just the perfect split line, apparently, between the two of them. Who would have thought? Not I. It's going to be awkward to put way back in the box now because it's in two pieces. They won't fit nicely. First world problems. I'm not actually sure what's really keeping this in at the moment. Like embedded in the rock. Oh, nothing. Nothing is keeping it in. King says this feels weird, receiving 50k from a recruitment company to cover staffing costs. Is this a streeting donation? Is that so? Because I obviously I can't see what it's saying. Is that they have donated him £50,000 and it's like it's been attached with a reason, or is it that they have given him staffing worth £50,000? Like they have donated people and their time. Time is it's 10:02. I might see if I can get this tail bit out in 10 minutes. It feels like it might be possible. £52,000 to be spent on staffing costs and 4 installments between January and December 2025. I didn't realise that donations sort of could be earmarked in that way. But I don't know that that strikes me as necessarily more odd than other political donations. Like, it's a lot of money, but at the same time, you know, that only covers 2 members of staff if you're not paying them very much. Maybe 3 if they're a minimum wage. I can't remember what the minimum wage is nowadays in per annum. Large donations also seem to be intended to cover staffing costs, 13k and 15k. Maybe there's the 2k individual donor limit. Earmark if the staffing limit vanishes? Maybe? I could not possibly say. That's why I was wondering if they had actually just donated, like, people worth 50k per annum, because that is an easy way to bypass sort of restrictions and caps and things. Just to start looking at things you have an understanding of. I mean, how else are you going to come to understand them, right? We're really close to having Dippy out, I think. We've got quite a lot of spine. I don't think these two parts go together, do they? Maybe? Oh, my poor thumb. Ow, 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 ow. I was really not far off in thinking to get the rest of Steggy and this one done today. That definitely links up there. Oh, wow! That's the best snap I've had out of any of these parts all day. Wow. Whoever designed that joint in particular needs a pay raise. Because they're the only one of these guys who can do their job properly. The stream has still been extended. The stream has still been extended. And I mean, I guess it would be kind of a shame in a way to come back to like just this much of a fossil. So clearly you've done everyone else a favour. You've done me a massive favour as well. Come on, you can go together. There's pliers. And do we think? I think we have almost the whole Dippy spine, apart from one bit of tail, which is going to be really tiny. I think it's going to be thin at least. It might be long. The joins are so bad. There could feasibly be more in here, I guess. I'm not certain. But yeah, we might have the whole length of the dip. And we've got, you know, 2 bits of ribcage, some other limbs going on. I really wish I had the pliers to try and force these joints together. I probably shouldn't be forcing them, but bloody well not going to go if I don't, are they? Yeah, I think this is going to be the last bone we dig out. I'm going to go wash my hands in a sec. Then I can grab the pliers, actually. That would be smart. Yeah, I'm going to go wash my hands, see if I can grab a pair of pliers to squeeze these together. And then we're going to find someone to go and raid out to. So you guys, where are you? You, up there. You, no going anywhere. Dippy says. Steggy says too. No going anywhere. I'll be back in just a sec, hang on. Righty, pliers have been acquired. Snip, snip. Except they don't snip because they're pliers, not cutters. We're gonna have a little quick go. See if I can snap this into place any better. Amazing, that clicked really nicely. What about any of these? That clicked really nicely. Oh my god, the pliers are OP. That's worked really well. Less so on the head. Well, not everything could be a winner, I guess. Come on, there we go, there's a nose. What about the rest of you? It's like they're kissing. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm just insane after 3 hours of dinosaur digging. Well, I think having those together will at least keep the head on better. So I'm calling that a win. I mean, we've done good work today. We have a lot of a Diplodocus. We have a whole Stegosaurus. Kingle has been wonderful and helped us out to make sure that we are not lost for things to do next time. Maceman says, Dippy the Diplodocus. I kind of like that. Maybe if I ever discover a species, it'll be a Diplodocus. But for now, we are gonna have to find someone to raid y'all out to. So let's go and have a look and see who is live. Slightly different crowd from who I normally have live at this time. More people, a lot more people, my goodness. There's a big Stellaris multiplayer game going on. That's interesting. There's also Magic. Shattergang versus the Commander format panel. Which is interesting. I don't know the Shattergang very much, I don't watch them a lot, so I don't know if we're gonna go and say hi to them, and I don't know that you're that interested. Dippy and Steggy, aww. Yeah, let's go and we're gonna go raid into Pixel Storm. Where are you? Double check that you're not about to raid out yourself or anything. Oops, you're getting audio through. I didn't need to tab in time. No, it looks like you guys are, they're well into being live. So, let's go give a raid. You don't really have a kiss emote. I don't think I know many streamers that have this kiss emote actually. Maybe we should fix that at some point. Anyway, where are we? /raid pixel_storm. Pixel is a mod of some description in what used to be the Fizone unofficial Discord. They're a good bean. Y'all are good beans. You should be a match made in heaven. I am going to go and have food because I'm real tired. You all should have food as well, but you all should also go and be lovely too, Pixel. Oh, you found some kissy emotes. Good job, girl. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I'll hopefully be playing some In Other Waters. I would guess that digging Tipathon rewards stream will probably be a Saturday stream. It will probably be a Saturday stream of just this. Which I guess will be kind of nice if it goes from one Saturday to the next Saturday. That seems sort of pleasing to me. So I hope to see you there for both of those things. Tomorrow's stream will not be at normal time. Tomorrow's stream will probably be at sort of 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock-ish area of time. But yeah, if you missed me in the meantime, you can go check out my YouTube channel, which has all of my VODs, asterisk, apart from all of the ones involving the Tipathon, because I need to chop them up. I just haven't had time because I've still been doing the digging. You can go to the Discord by typing !Discord in the chat. You can go to all my other social media, which is linked down below. All of it helps out. You all have been a big help to me over the course of this thing. I'm super duper grateful to have you all here. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you all next time. To everyone, bye bye!